Okay, we have a quorum, so we'll begin our Wednesday, August 7th, 2024 Marina City Council special meeting, which is entirely a closed session. And if we can have a roll call, please, Anita.
Councilmember McCarthy. Councilmember McAdams. Here. Councilmember Biala. Mayor Pro Tem Vischer. Here. Mayor Delgado.
Here. Okay, any changes to the closed session agenda?
So just some rearrangement of the items that will be heard in closed session. We will go to 4C first, then 4B, followed by 4A, and then 4D.
Okay, we will be back here hopefully no later than 6:30 for our open session. And for now, we'll continue over to our City Hall conference room. Thank you, everybody. Evening, everyone. We've come from closed session, which was a different meeting. It was a special meeting. And so I think first thing to do at this meeting is to have a roll call.
Councilmember McAdams. Here. Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Biella.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Here.
Mayor Delgado.
Here. All right. Welcome, everyone, to the August 7th, 2024 regular meeting of our Marina City Council. As I mentioned, we've been in closed session. And as always, we ask our city attorney to summarize our closed session since 4 p.m. when we started.
Yes, the council took no reportable action.
If we'll stand for a moment of silence and then the Pledge of Allegiance. Brian, you want to lead us in the pledge?
Mayor, if we could just back up a little bit. Actually, I do have one reportable action out of closed session. So in item 4B that was heard in closed session, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, the city council voted 4-0 to affirm the termination of Officer Davila. And that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Our first presentation will be presented by our council member, Brian McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a proclamation for National Night Out, which occurred last night, Tuesday, August 6th. And it reads, whereas National Night Out, America's Night Out Against Crime, was introduced by the National Association of Town Watch in 1984 as a unique crime and drug prevention event. And whereas NATW is a nationwide nonprofit crime prevention organization that works to promote police community partnerships in an effort to develop and maintain crime and drug prevention programs throughout the country. And whereas National Night Out is a high impact type of crime prevention event that has been developed in an effort to heighten awareness and strengthen participation within local communities. Whereas National Night Out has been proven to be effective, inexpensive, and an enjoyable program that strengthens neighborhood spirit and police community partnerships in our fight for a safer nation. And while the traditional lights on and front porch visuals remain a part of Night Out, activities have grown considerably over the years to include community block parties, cookouts, parades, visits from police, festivals, neighborhood walks, safety fairs, contests, rallies, and meetings. And whereas last year's National Night Out campaign involved citizens, law enforcement agencies, civic groups, business, neighborhood organizations, and local officials from over 15,000 communities from all 50 states, the citizens of Marina are encouraged to learn about crime prevention, community group participation, and neighborhood watch. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the City Council of Marina does hereby proclaim the 41st Annual National Night Out for the 6th day of August, 2024. And I just want to add, Mayor, if I may, I attended last night, as I know we all did, and it's just such a great event. I mean, it's one of the ones that I look forward to every year, and I thank the police chief for helping organize that and just putting on a cool event with a band that I understand one of our own officers was kind of directly involved in. So just really neat. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Brian. And thanks to all the community organizations and all the residents who showed up to make it a great event. Couldn't happen without any of those folks that were there. And thanks, I think, to Aaron for being the police department leader to organize that event. We even had some retired police like Scott Clegg there, just like he used to be actively paid to support the event. Now he was there as a volunteer, probably filming it. So it was really good spirit there. Councilmember McAdams?
And I'll just join into the gratitude and thank the mayor for allowing the kids to paint his car again, which is always a fun activity, and for bringing lots of fun amphibians and snakes and frogs. And
Yeah, if you get a paint job estimate for $8,500, we have an alternative. All right. So we're going to go ahead to Councilor McAdams with a proclamation to cover regarding breast awareness.
Thank you. It's actually, I don't have a proclamation, but the fire department is having a contest, and it's for Breast Cancer Awareness Month, which is near and dear to my heart. In November of 2023, I was diagnosed with breast cancer, and I am grateful to be a survivor of this disease. 1 in 8 women will experience breast cancer. And throughout my journey, I received tremendous support from an incredible group of breast cancer survivors. And that's the Breast Cancer Assistance Group of Monterey County. This year alone, they awarded $261,000 in grants to 101 Monterey County women. Breast Cancer Awareness Group of Monterey County provides monetary assistance, household food and essentials, and most importantly, the emotional support. So I'm grateful for the fire department. They're doing a t-shirt contest, and the winner will of the design, they are going to put the design on the t-shirts, and then purchasing the t-shirts will be a fundraiser, and the money will go to the Breast Cancer Assistance Group of Monterey County. And then also the winner will get a special lunch with the fire crew. So we encourage the public. August 19th is the date to get your design. And again, I'm just very grateful. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Councilmember McAdams. So now we move to council and staff announcements, if there are any. Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll just piggyback off of Councilmember McAdams. The fire department has a really cool patch that I believe they actually switch out, right? The pink patch. Thank you, Councilmember. Appreciate it. Yes, for the month of October, we have breast cancer awareness t-shirts everywhere. They're pink. So you'll see us when we're here wearing our pink shirts. And the patch that they're come up with this year will be designed by someone in the public, and we'll wear those t-shirts for the month of October. And also the public will be able to purchase those t-shirts too. Thank you for bringing visibility into such an important issue for women. And I hope that you will sell a ton of shirts. So do I. And they will also I'm really proud of the union because they're going to purchase a bunch of shirts. So I'll have them out at our open house. I want to invite everybody to our open house in October, and they're going to have shirts available for donations. So if you can't really afford to spend it, they'll, whatever you can give, they'll give a shirt. But hopefully they raise a lot of money and people are generous. 100% of those proceeds will go towards the charity. Great. Thank you, Chief. Mayor, and just a couple other announcements. I attended a community human services meeting and luncheon about a month ago. As you know, I was did not attend the last meeting because I was sick, but this occurred on July 18th, and they presented the city with a certificate of appreciation. We are a joint powers member. As a member, we provide funds every year towards the organization. And I think we've been really good partners in what we do for homeless and in our city and as joint power association members. So they presented us a certificate, and I just wanted to make sure that I could give it to you, Mr. Mayor, so that we can have it filed away in the city.
Thank you, Brad.
Thank you. The only other announcement I have, Mr. Mayor, is that the League of California Cities is at time again for the annual conference. I don't remember the exact date. I think it's a little later in the fall, in October. Thank you, City Manager. And so they'll be looking to ask us if we want to send a voting delegate. And so I don't think we have to decide. I think it's August, maybe the end of August, or sorry, September is when we have to decide. But maybe that can come back, or if there's any interest. And I'm not necessarily, I went last year as a voting delegate. I'd love to see someone else step up. I am considering applying for a vice chair for one of the policy committees next year. But for this year, I'd love to see another individual represent our city. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's it for me.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian. Councilmember Biala?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to announce that a movie called Kintsu Kuroi, which means it's a traditional Japanese way of repairing broken pottery with gold, so that we make something beautiful out of something that's been broken. It is about the Japanese American internment camp, and it's going to be by popular demand an encore, a last showing of it. It had a sellout crowd in PG, Lighthouse Cinema, this coming Sunday at 1:00. And the cast and crew are going to be present from San Francisco. So you get to have Q&A after the movie. But it is a tremendous movie. And I've seen lots of documentaries about this because I am Japanese American and my family was affected. But it is the first time that I cried. Is a kind of drama based on facts, and it gives the emotional impact of people's lives as they went through before, during, and after the relocation camps or the internment camps. So I hope everybody comes, and it's $25, and you can buy it online or you can just show up and pay at the door. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathy. Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would highly recommend watching that movie. I watched it in Pacific Grove, and it is very moving. So thank you. And I just wanted to report that I attended in July a 4-day seminar from the American Public Transportation Association for board members. So as an MST board member, I went to San Jose to learn more about being a good board member. So it was very interesting. Not just for MST, for all the boards that we are on, including City Council. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I wanted to mention that on Sunday, August 11th, we have our regular monthly litter pickup from the Beach Road roundabout all the way out to the landfill, Charlie Benson Lane, and on to Highway 1, and including Lapis Road and the bike path. And we need some more help. We're starting to get our numbers down a little lower than we'd like them to be able to do all the work that we have to do every month. So at 10 a.m. to 12:30, everyone's welcome to volunteer and meet us at the southern junction of Lapis Road and Del Monte Boulevard. And then at 12:15, we have pizza provided to the volunteers. So there's some fun to it. And it's a beautiful place. A lot of open space, good vistas, good exercise. So come on out Sunday, August 11th at 10 a.m. And a little bit in advance, but sometimes it takes groups months to plan to be at our Marina Earth Day events. So in 2024, Marina Earth Day will be Saturday, April 12th. So if you're with a group or a school, it's a good time to start planning to gather your folks to help us out at Saturday. Marina Earth Day starts at 10 a.m. and it's outside the Marina Library at the Martin Luther King Jr. sculpture, where there's lots of volunteer activities and then lots of fun to have too. I want to report that the city manager and I went to UC Santa Cruz yesterday to meet with the chancellor and discussing their desires to put housing and some commercial near the intersection of Blanco Road on county property outside the city limits, where Blanco meets Reservation Road. And so we had a good discussion, and we were joined by our Community Development Department Director, Guido Persicone. So thank you, Guido, and Lane for making the trip over to the UC campus. It's good that we stay in touch with leaders of nearby institutions, in this case, the UC, so that we have as much input. You know, there's a saying, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And so we'd rather be at the table. But Lane represented our city very well, as Guido did. So it was a good meeting. Okay.
Mayor, excuse me. Sorry. I just wanted to announce that we have 2 more movies in our Movie in the Park series coming up. These are really fun events. We have a DJ for an hour before the movie starts. We have food trucks. We have lawn games. And so the next one is Saturday, August 10th, Gloria Jean Tate Park at 6:30. And we're showing the movie Cars for Cars Week. And then the last one in the series will be Saturday, September 21st. And we're showing Top Gun Mavericks. So I left some flyers for you on the dais. We have flyers in the back, and all the information is on our website. So come check it out.
Thank you. Andrea, and shout out to you and everyone in the Recreation and Cultural Services Department. Beautiful new basketball court resurfacing project going on at the teen center. Go check out their basketball court. It's pretty cool. Good work. And more to come to refresh the teen center and skate park. Former Councilwoman Christina Medina Dirksen wants us to know that on Sunday, August 11th, competes with our litter pickup, but we're going to announce this anyway. 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Compass Church here in Marina. There's Wheel Wonders Big Truck Day. Free, fun-filled day of wheels. So Sunday, August 11th, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And the Compass Church is located on Crescent Avenue, 1 block south of Reservation Road. Okay. So now we'll go to public comment, and we always start with the folks that are in the room. So if you're in the room and you'd like to speak for up to 3 minutes, please come to the podium. You don't have to tell us your name, but we like to know who you are, but it's up to you.
Hello, my name is Douglas McFarland. My little team and I. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Let me know when you're ready. Hi, my name is Douglas McFarland. My little team and I live in Monterey County, and we're volunteers, not spokespersons, with United Sovereign Americans, also known as USA. Together, we'll read to you as elected representatives an analysis of the 2022 election by highly qualified teams using only official data provided by the California election officials, and a summary of the USA resolution with our findings, the laws that apply, and a call to end inaccurate and uncertain elections. We're not here to overturn any election, but it's clear that the votes cast, counted, and certified may not all be valid and accurate under the Constitution and federal law. To summarize the resolution, it's the civil right of every citizen to have fair, accurate, and legally valid elections in which our vote is not debased, diluted, or manipulated. It's the duty of our representatives to guarantee that our elections meet that standard. Our representative system of government only works when the following 4 tenets of an election are upheld. 1, voter rolls must be accurate, National Voter Registration Act 1993. 2, votes counted must be from eligible voters, U.S. Constitution, 14th Amendment, Section 2. 3, the number of votes counted must equal the number of voters who voted. 4, there can be no more than 1 in 125,000 ballots in error by the voting system. Help America Vote Act 2002. The analysis of the California 2022 general election has uncovered inaccuracies that appear to violate both federal and state laws, including over 5,886,000 ineligible or uncertain registration violations found within the California State Voter Roll database, over 2,776,000 votes cast by ineligible or uncertain registrations, over 123,000 more votes counted than voters who voted. No one knows who cast them. Over 2,776,000 apparent voting violations in excess of the legal standard of system accuracy for valid federal elections. Maximum allowed system errors for the 2022 election in California was only 90. Certification vouches for the accuracy and legality of an election, but the intent of the voters must be known factually before certification can be done. Certification of the 2022 election appears to have been illegal, invalid, and in violation of the legal requirement for voting system accuracy in a federal election. To prevent future violation of our civil rights to accurate, legal, and valid elections, we call for specific remedies, including the following: proof of citizenship, identity, and eligibility, no anonymous attestation. 2, voter rolls certified accurate and available for public review 30 days before the start of early voting. Voters added after that date must bring proof of citizenship, identity, and address in person to the polling place. 3, hand-marked secure ballots similar to currency, where imaging technology is used for tabulation. The security features must be verifiable in the ballot image. 4, systems, machines, security measures, infrastructure, and conduct are required to be compliant with federal law for fraud protection, risk assessment, certification, testing, and implementation.
Excuse me, Douglas.
Oh, yes.
Your time is up.
Oh,
So I have to
thank you,
ask
sir.
Thank you
I'll
very much for
Turn
that
that over to
information.
my associate here.
I'm Frank Troya. I'm a resident of Monterey County, and I love Marina. Thank you for your service. Sounds like so much fun. I'll take up on item 4, systems, machines, security measures, infrastructure, and conduct are required to be compliant with federal law for fraud prevention, risk assessment, certification, testing, and implementation. Number 5, adjudication must be signed off by party, candidate, and trained citizen witness with full observation rights. Candidates and trained citizens must have immediate access to ballots, ballot images, and cast vote records. Number 6, ballots, regardless of entry source, election operations, and systems must maintain end-to-end chain of custody for voter to vote count to final canvass, including audibility and witness transfer with paper records. An NIST compliant randomized statistically valid end-to-end audit with a 95% confident level pursuant to the 14th Amendment, Section 2, must be performed by qualified, insured, and bonded auditors, not personnel from within the election system. Reconciliation includes the vote count, real physical ballots, adjudication, cast vote records, ballot counts, qualified voter counts, custody transfer, and all other paper and electronic systems, including logs. Number 8, if the total unique variances above is more than 10% of the margin of victory, a new election must be held for those candidates affected unless the issue can be provably corrected by a manual hand recount and a full review of records. Number 9, waiver of requirements is not allowed. Only end-to-end system compliance can guarantee the intent of the people is accurately recorded. In closing, we will present the city clerk with a written copy of the full USA resolution. Please show your support for accuracy in legal elections by signing it and adding a vote for the resolution to the agenda for the next council meeting, please. For more information, please visit our USA website at freedom.com. That's uniteforfreedom.com. And thank you very much.
Very much, Frank. Appreciate it.
And thank you. Thank you for having me. Just here to introduce myself. My name is Roger Gilbert. I'm the new director for the SBDC, the Small Business Development Center for Monterey and San Benito counties. And you can see by my photo up there that we have an office in Salinas. We have an outreach center in Monterey, and we have one in Soledad as well. There we go. We are hosted by the Monterey County Business Council, who hosts other organizations as well, with the common goal of supporting and promoting business in Monterey County and also San Benito County. This is my history and logos. I have a background in financial services, manufacturing, wholesale distribution, retail, commercial lending, and specifically government guaranteed lending before coming here to work as the director of the Small Business Development Center. A bachelor's degree from USC and an MBA from UCLA, and I root for the Trojans, in case that question is in your mind. We have the main thing that we offer is no cost one-on-one consultations for small businesses, including business ideas, business pre-startup businesses on many subjects. We have a team of advisors that we assign that can work with customers to help them with any of the issues that they're having with a business or a business that they would like to start. And our mission is to strengthen small businesses and contribute to the growth of our local, state, and national economies. And that's by adding jobs, by increasing revenue, by providing training, by starting new businesses in our communities. We serve Monterey and San Benito counties. And incidentally, we've been the signing advisor. We're relatively new back into this. And we're currently I have advisors working with 6 small businesses in the city of Marina. We're funded by the SBA, by state grants, and by local funding partners, including the city of Marina. So we thank you for that and for your support. There's only a few seconds left, but if anyone has a quick question, be happy to answer.
All right. Thank you very much, Robert. It was Robert, right?
Roger,
Roger. Sorry, Roger.
I've been called worse. Thank you. Thank you
Thank you.
very much.
Good evening, Mayor Delgado and council members. My name is Marta Krafchek, and I'm here today to express opposition to a $340 million bond measure placed on the November ballot by the Monterey Peninsula Unified School District. In 2010, voters
Mayor.
approved Monterey
This
Peninsula
was on.
MPU.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Thank you. I apologize.
In 2010, voters approved MPUSD's $110 million bond. In 2018, MPUSD hired architects to evaluate all school sites. MPUSD used this assessment to ask voters to fix the crumbling infrastructure of our schools. So again, in 2018, voters approved another $213 million bond. MPUSD promised that they would prioritize the most urgent needs of the schools. However, that did not happen. Instead, millions of dollars were allocated for major construction projects that had nothing to do with urgent needs. MPUSD ignored many facilities needs throughout the district that would benefit all students and staff, such as new doors, windows, lighting, replacement of portables, gym renovation, restroom upgrades, and ADA compliance. Now, once again, MPUSD wants more money. Included in this new bond is $60 million earmarked for MPUSD staff housing. MPUSD wants taxpayers to pay for the construction of 60 to 80 units costing close to $1 million each on property that MPUSD already owns. I think there are many property owners out there that would like to build a rental unit using someone else's money. That's a sweetheart deal. It increases the value of MPUSD's property at taxpayer expense. Affordable housing is needed here on the peninsula, but many people, including families of MPUSD students. However, the affordable housing in this bond measure would only be available to MPUSD staff. This taxpayer-funded bond does nothing to address affordable housing for all, only for MPUSD staff. How is that equitable? When polled, 76% of the teachers preferred a salary increase and the ability to choose where they wanted to live, as opposed to subsidized housing. Think about it. Would you want your boss to also be your landlord? MPUSD needs to focus their attention on education, not on becoming a property manager. This new proposed bond would be the third MPUSD bond in just 14 years and would put taxpayers in debt for over $1.2 billion. Please consider your constituents. Here in Marina, residents are already paying for 2 MPUSD bonds, 1 MPC bond, 1 Marina City bond, and another one being considered here tonight. One of Marina's trustees voted against MPUSD's bond measure. Most voters, myself included, have indicated they have always voted for school bonds. However, we have seen MPUSD's actions and financial decisions, and this time we will be voting no. I urge you to oppose this $340 million MPUSD bond. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Grace Silva Santella. On your dais, you would have received both by email as a PDF file, but you also have a hard copy now of a report titled The Lock Padden Wetland Community Park, a Neglected Gem. This was written by Jeff Markham with input and assistance from myself and from Mike Moeller. I think would suggest you pay very close attention to pages, I believe it's 32 through 36, where people made comments via a survey on Nextdoor and Marina Community Facebook. Also, at your July 2nd meeting, The mayor said something that needs to be corrected. The mayor implied that two projects overseen by Friends of the Marina Library had no advisory committee. This came up during council discussion of Loch Padden Park. This is not true. The three-tiered planner that was installed with synthetic turf had an advisory committee made up of Friends of Marina Library, Marina Tree and Garden Club, Friends of Marina Park, a committee of parents with young children, Marina Library staff, and Marina Public Works Department. 6 groups before this project was formalized and submitted to the planning department for their approval. The project we're currently working on, which is replacing lost and dead plants at the entrance of either sides of the library, also had an advisory committee made up of Friends of Marina Library, Marina Tree and Garden Club, members of California Native Plant Society, Marina Library staff, and Marina Public Works. Again, this was before submitting a formal proposal to the Marina Planning Department. In addition, the committee working on the second phase of library landscape work required that an evaluation of the existing irrigation system be done, and that evaluation uncovered a number of problems, including at the newly installed MLK garden, and also makes a recommendation that there be a dedicated main water supply line for any future projects or for the Oak Woodland site and the community food garden at Loch Padden Park. It's wrong to say that the 2 projects that I've acted as project manager for and that Friends of the Marina Library has funded and 2 other nonprofits have funded have not had advisory committees. They have had a lot of participation from members of this community before we moved forward with our formal proposals. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Grace. Thanks for all your hard work at Loch Padden Park. Anyone else in the building that would like to comment at this time before we go online? Okay, let's go to those online. I think we have a couple folks that have already raised their hands. Denise Turley, welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi. I'm really stumped by the announcement that was made earlier. So we usually attend National Night Out, and we usually get an email saying when National Night Out is. Did somebody forget to send that message to the Preston and Abrams Park office who distributes that information? Or maybe even give them permission to hold their own event on the property? Whoops. Talk to you later.
Thank you, Denise. Let's go to Christina Medina Dirksen. Good evening, Christina.
Good evening, Mayor, staff, and council members. I want to give some kudos to the city staff. Today was back to school day this week for a lot of us families, and knowing that the youth center was a place and the teen center was a place where families could go and feel welcomed. I've heard a lot of great comments about how it worked out this year. We instituted a payment system and it came out to about $15 a week, I think. I just want to say thank you to the staff that cared for the children over the weekend, over the summer, and kept them busy. That's a hard thing to do, long days. So kudos to Rec Director Weiler and her staff. And thank you for providing that service. Also, National Night Out last night was fantastic. It's always wonderful to see our community come together like that. And it's one of the things that makes our community special. And then just really lastly, somebody was commenting about the elections in Monterey County. Having witnessed the elections, if anybody is ever interested, there's viewing windows. You can go. I have gone multiple times and you can watch the ballots being processed. If you have any questions, our election official, Gina Martinez, has been extremely open. If you go and ask for her, she'll talk to you. If you ask for anything, the rolls, whatever it is, I think our election department is, I'm going to say, having watched at least the last 3-4 elections, quite a bit of integrity intact. So I just want to say thank you to thank you staff for all that you do, and that's all. Thank you, council, for being there tonight and such attention to the pressing details of our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Anyone else online that hasn't raised their hand wishing to speak? I'll give everyone a moment or two, and please raise your hand if you'd like to. Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. And to our city staff, the only question I heard was regarding National Night Out. Can someone find out if there was a text message sent to those that signed up for notifications, and maybe get back to Denise about what we might do next year? You know how to get a hold of her, Lane?
Yeah, and I think we have mechanisms, put up that Denise can call and have her name put in, and all these things automatically get it sent out to her.
And then she was also suggesting some actions for outreach maybe in the future regarding Preston Park and Abrams residents. Chief, did you want to speak to that?
I'll just say we had some in-house turnover, and so with that, we picked up some support from a lot of other people within the department. So when we begin our outreach, we put it on our webpage, we put it on our Facebook and our Instagram, and I know that's not an absolute. We also put it on our webpage, and we went through our records and sent out as many notices that we could twice. So some people may have been missed, and we are building an after action report to see how we can improve. And we have begun building a playbook, if you will, so that next year should be more seamless. We had a great turnout. It could always be better, and we'll continue to grow and improve upon what we've done this year.
Great. And one after action suggestion, we put the mayor in the dunk tank.
We love to do that. No, I may even join you.
I noticed,
Don't go.
I noticed that the newest police officer in our city had a very long shift.
He did. He did. I promised him pizza all week if he needs it.
All right. Thank you, Chief.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Any other questions that came up that I didn't? Yes, go ahead.
Just more of a quick comment, Mr. Mayor. It's not often that we start out the day, and I think the quality of public comment was just so fantastic, especially the election integrity folks may not agree with what they said, but they were very professional. Were very solution oriented. There's this incredible report that we don't get stuff like this from citizens every day. I'm feeling especially proud to be a council member today representing residents of Marina. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fisher?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Also, just a comment for anybody who would like to be informed about events happening in the city. If you go to the website and click on notify me and then scroll down all the way for news flashes, that's when you will receive texts or emails, whatever you choose, and you will be notified about things like National Night Out, which always is the first Tuesday in August.
Right.
So, but thank you. That's really a good way to get information. You can also select any of the city departments. So
Great.
It works great. Thank you.
Okay. And I wanted to reply that it wasn't my intention to disparage the efforts done by Friends of Marina Library and other groups on different projects around the library, but it was to point out that the practice around the library is for interested groups to get together, sometimes with public works involved, but not to form a public advisory committee and have a very public process to decide who's going to be on the committee and what they're going to do, and then report back like a bond committee might do. They're informal groups that are doing the best they can and doing a great job coming together on an ad hoc basis, but they're not the official city process of ad hoc committee with council members on it, or a well-planned citywide invitation for people to get involved with these small projects outside the Marina Library. And I'm glad that they're all happening, but my point at the time was just that we have a lot of progress happening outside the library, and none of it in the last 5 or 10 years has been through a citywide public process, because I think none of it has been such a huge change that it triggered MPRPD, the owner, or the city to say, wait a minute, until we got those murals, those murals went up, the proposal to put murals on the restrooms, that's when the people said, no, that's too far. We don't want something like that. We want a more citywide process before there's any more murals. So now we get it. There won't be any murals without a citywide process. So I'm sorry, Grace, if I offended anyone. It wasn't my intention. Okay. Councilmember Viola, did you have something?
Yes, since this report is not going to come on our agenda, correct? This one, I can make a comment about it. Okay, well, I too want to give kudos to Jeff Markham and Mike Moeller and Grace Silva Centella. This looks so professional. I could hardly believe like how professional this is, doing surveys, but also doing your studies and analyses. But I just wanted to call attention because I was so relieved when you had these samples and analyzed. And I just need to read the conclusions because this is so uplifting for me, because I thought our wetlands were completely polluted and beyond saving, and we would have to spend millions and millions of dollars to get it cleaned up. But from your summary, it says the water quality of Loch Padden Park is acceptable, except for the very low dissolved oxygen level. The water is not brackish. The pH level is within range. There were no nitrates found, which indicates that agricultural runoff is not occurring. The water conductivity is also within a good range, and mineral runoff is not occurring. While sodium was not tested, the conductivity suggests minimal saltwater intrusion. That was just music to my ears. It was a new piece of news for me. So thank you very much. And I hope that, if we need more samples or whatever, that you started the ball rolling on this. And I'm very grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathy. Okay. So now we'll move on to our consent agenda. Does any council member have any brief question or comment? Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. So first, I'll be recusing myself from the Joby Aviation item. But aside from that, I did have a question just about the airport in general. And I know that I believe we're still without an airport manager. Is there an update on that hiring? And maybe if it's not too off topic, any other hires, assistant city manager or?
Isn't that relevant to the lease?
Well, I mean, I could argue that it's relevant to any activity that happens within the city. Just asking for a quick hiring update about the airport manager in particular and assistant city manager, if you're able to.
Those are
I
still
would
in
just
process. Yeah, but-
Just that it go at the end under council and staff informational reports, maybe if there's.
City attorney, I would argue that you're asking me to make a decision on something for which we don't even have a manager. It's just.
Yes, sorry, clarification. For the airport manager, I think that question would fit within that. I think for the hiring update in general, probably at the end.
Okay.
Yeah, Belinda can answer that better, but they have candidates that they are working on. They're reviewing their backgrounds, and they'll be interviewing them in the near future.
Councilmember McAdams?
Thank you, Mayor. 10G2 and 10G3. My comment was yay. And that's the consent items to order the new playground equipment for Windy Hill and the park at Sea Haven. So that was exciting to see in our packet. Thank you.
Good news is to each of those parks, Windy Hill and Sea Haven, there'll be practically $1 million worth of fantastic modern play equipment that's going to knock everyone's socks off. It's great. Okay, let's go to Councilmember Biala.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second, and let's go to Councilmember Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, if we're doing yays, I wanted to do that for the slurry seal.
Yeah.
For the city, for the street maintenance. So I was very happy to read that. So and same thing, if you go to the website and do a search for street maintenance, you will find lists with all the streets that are being planned to get a slurry seal or be reconstructed. And there is a list with all the streets names so you can see what's happening. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to our city attorney and then back to Councilmember McCarthy.
Just a clarification, I think Councilmember McCarthy, you were
Yes, I
using
can make a
yourself
motion
from.
that we separate 10G1 for a separate vote.
Okay, so a friendly amendment, can we exclude 10G1 from the motion?
Yes, thank you.
Does the second hold? That's my second. Yes. Okay. All right. Any further comment before we vote on the motion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So that motion passed with the five of us. And then Brian, did you want to exit for us to?
Is that suggested, city attorney?
I think just to be consistent with other practice, yes, with our past practice.
All right. So we're talking about the Joby lease. And that is,
So I'm happy to move for approval for item 10G1.
I second.
all right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes with the four of us present. Voting unanimously. Welcome, Brian. Okay, so now we go to the main item on our agenda. We have two action items, but the first is potentially adopting a resolution regarding our November 2024 bond election.
And an ordinance as well.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll give a brief overview of this item. So what we're discussing, and I'm not going to go into detail of the previous multiple meetings that we've had. We've gone into detail here, but tonight, next slide, please. We got direction at our last meeting from the city council to place on the ballot a $50 million general obligation bond for the November 2024 election to build fire station, police station, and community center. That was the direction from the city council. Next slide. The cost of this general obligation bond is average, and it fluctuates over a 30-year period of time, but based on the assessed values, the average is $54.74 annually, or $4.50 monthly per 100,000 of assessed value of your home or of your property. The median assessed value for a single home in Marina is $496,000. What that means is the average single family homeowner, that median means half the people in Marina are going to be less than that, and the other half are going to be more than that. So that's a real number. And so the people with $1 million assessed values, you'll be paying more. Half are going to be less than that. So if you're 200,000, 300,000, you'll be paying less than that. But the average homeowner will pay $272 annually, or $22.60 monthly, or $5.23 a week. That is the cost of the bond. Next slide. The actions tonight are to approve a resolution and an ordinance placing a measure on the November 2024 election ballot. We need council to approve the ballot language, and we provided that in the packet. What we provided in the packet that was put together by our consulting team, by Brian Quint, our bond counsel. They put that together. Renee reviewed it, and we don't want to tweak that too much. They use their expertise, the legal expertise, and they put these on the ballot all the time. However, I've had some council members have potential revisions, and we can certainly look at that tonight. Our staff did kind of look at it, and we threw a couple of tweaks based on some of the comments that we've heard, and we'll show that. So we need the ballot language, and we need to, if you're going to change what we have on the resolution and the ordinance, you need to approve those changes first. And then we need council to appoint 2 members from the council to write the arguments supporting the bond measure and potential rebuttal arguments. Again, council needs to decide that so that is part of the resolution and the ordinance. Next slide. So here's the timeline. This is our deadline. We have to make the decision tonight. the 9th, we have to have this measure filed with the county. The primary arguments are August 10th through 15th. And so whoever you appoint for those primary arguments, that's the period of time to do that. Last day to file impartial analysis is August 15th. Rebuttals are August 16th through the 22nd. And so that's the timeline. Next slide. So this is the ballot language that's in the packet. So we're just going to leave this up here for now. And I think that's going to kind of conclude my presentation. If you want more details, we can do that. But we've talked about this quite a bit in the past. And so the staff report has more details, and we have links to a lot of information on the website. And that concludes my report.
Lane, I thought that in 2022, when the paid surveyor got the statistically valid survey, that we were unlikely to be successful. We asked, well, if we went ahead anyway, would they help us through? And I thought the answer was no, they didn't want to help us through because they had such a stellar record of never having lost a bond. And maybe that's because they were selective and not taking on bonds that they didn't think had. So in this case, do we have consultants lined up to help us through this process?
Yes, our team Civex they're completely on board through this whole process.
And is that the firm that's never lost a bond?
I'm not positive.
Okay. All right.
They're extremely very successful. I know that.
Okay. All right. Any questions, comments? Well, good, because we're supposed to go to public comment first. So we'll come back to council. So let's start with the folks in the room. Anyone wishing to comment on this? You have up to 3 minutes.
Good evening. I'm John Sanders. Good evening. I'm John Sanders, a 40-year Marina resident. Your actions leading up to tonight have been an affront to every homeowner in this town. You have been frivolous as you've thrown around numbers for a bond measure ranging from 40 million to 50 million, upwards to 80 million, while presenting paltry information. You failed to involve the citizens of Marina in any meaningful way to discuss and evaluate engineering and architectural concepts. In fact, you never undertook any engineering studies, and only in the 11th hour hired an architectural firm to conduct the simplest of analyses. Can I back that statement up? Absolutely. The following is from the architect's project description. Develop 3 building volume layout options on city-selected sites. Develop rough order of magnitude cost opinion for selected layout options. Really, you want homeowners and property owners to take on a multi-million-dollar indebtedness for 30 years based on volume layout options and severe wild-ass guess cost opinions? By contrast, since May of 2023, you have paid a consultant $6,500 a month to create talking points and glossy mailers. I'm holding more than $100,000 of Marina taxpayer money that represent your decision-making in that regard. You distributed these mailers shortly before your public opinion survey. What types of questions were on that survey? Well, here's one. Now, I would like to ask you about a ballot measure that may appear on a future ballot in the city of Marina. The measure may read as follows. Marina 911 Emergency Response Safety Essential Services Measure. To ensure fire police departments can respond to emergencies, natural disasters, maintain fire police services, provide local fire stations, remove asbestos, lead paint, mold, repair, upgrade buildings for youth, senior recreation, community services, shall City of Marina's measure authorizing $80 million in bonds, legal rates, levying $88 for 100,000 of assessed value, generating 5,100,000 annually while bonds are outstanding, be adopted, requiring spending disclosure, all funds spent locally. Based on this description, would you vote yes in favor of this ballot measure or no to oppose it? Without a doubt, given your dismal approach to this matter, I will vote no on any bond measure that you might place on the November ballot.
Thank you, John. Thanks for all your work on this project.
Good evening, Grace Silva Santella. I'm going to be pretty brief here. I've followed this for a number of years. I don't know, it's been 2-3 years that we've been talking about a possible bond. Given all that I do know and am leaning towards voting no, if I were an uneducated voter and I read this ballot language, I would be totally confused what I was actually voting for. The majority of it is about fire, 911, police, and yet there's this phrase, community center. I have no idea what a community center means. And it's leaving an awful lot up for the imagination as to what the community center is. Secondly, I would like to have, when you close public comments, to have the legal counsel be very clear about what you as elected officials can do after August 22nd, what the city staff can do after August 22nd, and what any paid consultants can be allowed to do after August 22nd, and what I might receive in the mail after August 22nd for the bond. Thank you very much. Of course, based on how you decide to vote tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Grace. Anyone else in the room that would like to comment before we go to remote comments? Not seeing anyone rising. Let's go to Peter Lay. Oh, we have two Peters. Let's go to Peter Lay first. It might be the same Peter.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. For the record, I have comments and questions on the consent agenda, but the City Council didn't allow me to speak on the consent agenda. Anyway, I submit my comment question in writing by email to all of you so you can read it. On the bond measure, my first question is on the community centers. The city council, city manager, discuss different components of the community centers. And if I ask the mayor and 4 council members, I may have 5 different answers. So my question, I like the city council to define exactly what the components of the community center are. And the second question on the dates to file argument and rebuttal. The city manager just gave you information on the here. And when I talked with the deputy city clerk, she gave me a different answer. And when I look at the resolution, it didn't give any date at all. So I request that the council give exact date on the limit date on the filing argument and rebuttal. If you look at the 2018 Measure Z, you gave out the exact date, and now for this resolution, you didn't give out. It appeared that you intentionally, try to snuff out any opposition. So my third question is on the bond. So I understand the average is $54.74 per 100,000 asset value. But the city manager didn't mention that the rate could be as high as $83.94. If you look at the tax rate statement, and my 4th comment is on the public safety building. You look at the staff report, and you have conflicting information. On the one hand, city manager said the existing public safety and fire station is outdated and also a problem. But at the same time, the city manager and the fire chief said, "Oh, we still use it to provide fire protection to the old marina." So that's very conflicting. And I think you should seriously, change the community center. Otherwise, different people can have a different idea. What are you trying to do? So if you can give the $50 million bond to build what? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. And if the other Peter is different than who we just heard from, please, we're asking you to proceed with your comments. Okay, that was turned off. So let's go to Denise Turley. Welcome back, Denise.
Thank you. Boy, I thought I was the only one. Feeling bad about this. Worthwhile project, necessary project, but I would say for last year, if last year is any example of how you're handling people to be able to make public comments, people to be able to make suggestions, communications with the city, answers to questions that were poor, if not in some cases outright lies. The citizens of Marina need to think long and hard about voting to give you that much money to spend when you have been so cagey as to what it is, where it is, etc. I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Denise. Let's go to Hans Alchua. Hello, Hans.
Yes, good evening, City Council. So just a general comment. One of the questions I remember being raised with regards to this bond, given that you're putting a $50 million bond on the ballot, was, well, what's the harm? It's a Hail Mary pass. We might get lucky. Well, what you're really trading here is a slim to nil chance of passing a $50 million bond against a slim to perhaps good chance of passing a smaller $17 million bond that would be focused perhaps only on a single fire station. So if you had succeeded with the $17 million bond, you'd only have $33 million to make up. If you fail with the $50 million bond, you've got $50 million to make up. And if you do fail with that $50 million bond, it will take another long while before you can put it again on the ballot. And I would assume that you will possibly lose some political capital with that, because folks will be able to say, well, I guess it wasn't that important, and the sky hasn't fallen. That's at least the way that I would be looking at it if I were trying to gauge the two situations and trying to assess the risk. So hopefully that answers the question as to what's the harm. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hans. Let's go to Christina Medina Dirksen. Welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Council, for opening this up to public comment. I think we can all agree on one thing, and that's all, that we love Marina and we love the community that we're in. Having been part of this process for the last 3 years and having discussed it even longer, we've put our city facilities needs last. We were just talking tonight about playground equipment. We've talked about the streets. We've talked about all of the things this council and prior councils have worked very hard to put money into. When we talk about a bond measure, we just heard a a rather large one from the school district and wish them luck, but we've never taken care of ourselves. I am in favor of this bond because we've put so much thought into it. Is a plan always going to be perfect? No. Are we going to throw money at architects that are going to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars with those same taxpayers coming back and saying, why did you do that when you don't even have a site located? We're opening ourselves to a lot of criticism. So my point here tonight is to tell you that I have full faith that you will make the right decision for our city. This is our facilities. Somebody just said the sky's not going to fall. Of course it's not, but the leaks, the roofs are going to leak. The mold is going to build up. We don't have the modern facilities for a modern workforce. We look around our town and we're beautifying in so many ways. And the very thing that we need, such as a community center, such as the fire station, such as adequate offices that are not in portables that are, I'm going to be 52 next month, practically as old as I am. That's kind of embarrassing that we have put these things off for so long. It's never been the right time for Marina. Economically, when the military pulled out, we didn't know what was happening. And I think this council has taken a very measured approach and doing it the right way. We were thinking about bringing it forward last ballot season or last election season, but the economy was in a really bad place. Inflation was somewhere we weren't ready to take that risk. So, having talked to citizens, my neighbors, people in Sea Haven, people in the new parts, having talked to the employees, I've made up my mind that we are on the right direction. And asking for a lift of $50 million is not out of the crazy realm of possibility, considering what the median is. As a taxpayer, as a long-term resident, as a person who's put my family to live in this community, I can support this 100%. I do ask that there be a citizens oversight committee on the bond measure, though, so that we can make sure that we can report back that our funds are being spent correctly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christina. And we'll give everyone else a moment or two to raise their hand if you haven't spoken and wish to do so. Okay, we'll close public comment, looking at the questions. Peter asked, what is the community center that we're talking about? Wanting a little bit more detail. Lane, would you like to respond?
Sure. And the staff report talks about that. We're talking community center. We're talking about community rooms, which we don't have. We're talking replacement of the city council chambers. We're talking about recreation spaces and things like that. We're not necessarily including city offices. When you hear about community center, you would consider that, but we're not including, that's not necessarily in the definition as we're looking at that. But it's all the other community facilities that we don't have that we need.
Going by my notes, I had a little bit of hard time understanding which were the three questions, but I think the second question might have been, can we put the exact debt that will be accruing on the final argument and the rebuttal arguments?
I think it was deadline.
He had some question about the dates, but he also
Right.
had question about the debt too.
Oh,
So I heard him mention the exact debt. And I heard him mention final arguments and rebuttals to the arguments.
there are deadlines for those,
Yeah.
and I can answer that.
Okay. So after tonight, we can send Peter the answers that we have. And
I
if,
can answer it right now.
oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yes. So as a matter of fact, I was going to cover this sort of later as we got further into this discussion, but there are a couple changes that we would make to both the resolution and the ordinance to make that clear. Currently, what is referenced in both is sort of the dates provided by the county. And rather than sort of referring to that document that is published by the county, I think it's just easier to just put those dates in. So what I'm going to suggest is for section 13 in both the resolution and the ordinance, the second paragraph that starts with the deadline for filing all arguments, it would say the deadline for filing all primary arguments for and against the measure is August 15th, period. And then the rest of that, pretty much the rest of that sentence would be deleted. And then we would just add a sentence that says the deadline for any rebuttal is August 22nd. And then the remaining sentence of that paragraph, the location for filing of such arguments is the city clerk's office, would remain. So that way it just makes clear, rather than referencing the county's election document, that we just have those two dates there. So August 15th for primary arguments, rebuttals would be due August 22nd in the city clerk's office. And then just to one more point on those deadlines, again, for section 14, it is the sentence that starts with pursuant to Elections Code Section 9280. It talks about the city attorney shall prepare an impartial analysis, which shall be filed with the city clerk no later than the deadline, instead of the rest of that sentence, no later than August 15th, and deleting the rest of that sentence. So then that just makes clear for everyone what those dates are, rather than referring to the county's election document.
Okay. And then the third part I thought of what Peter was getting at was that he thought we weren't disclosing all the information that we could have, including that the payment rates could be as high as $83, and maybe that was per month. I'm not sure.
No, and Brian Quinn is online. He can help answer that.
Can you tell Brian Quinn what the question is?
So the question you had, we're required, and we have financial consultants or experts in this. They look at the assessed value, and we're required to put in the ballot measure. What you have there is what the average assessed value, average cost will per 100,000 assessed value. As we did that analysis, there's going to be a fluctuation in that cost. There's going to be it's a 30-year bond. And as they structure the bond, it's going to fluctuate. And when we pull it down, it's going to fluctuate. And so when we did our internal analysis, that fluctuation could possibly go as high as $83. But again, there's all these factors when you're looking at the bond and when it's purchased. And Brian, do you have any more to offer on that?
Good evening. The statute requires that we have a tax rate statement, which is attached to the resolution and the ordinance. And it requires us to indicate the tax rate and the highest tax rate at the moment, which is expected.
Excuse me, Brian. Sorry, Brian, interrupting you because you were a little bit interrupted in your quality of your voice. So can you start over, please?
I'm sorry. Hopefully this is better. We have a requirement that we have tax.
Brian, you're breaking up.
I'm sorry. I'm going to try to go to a better spot. Bear with me. Okay, hopefully this is better.
Let's try it. It sounds like it might be.
Okay, the statute requires us to place a tax rate statement on the resolution and the ordinance we have done.
Brian,
requires
you're
us to
breaking.
indicate the
Excuse me, Brian.
anticipated average.
Brian, excuse me, Brian. You're breaking up again.
Let me turn off the video and see if that helps. Okay, is that any better?
We might be. Let's give it a try.
Okay, I'm terribly sorry. We have a tax rate statement that's attached to the resolution and the ordinance, and it provides the requirement that we indicate what the average tax rate is likely to be and the highest tax rate is likely to be, and that's what we have attached to the resolution and the ordinance.
All right. Thank you, Brian.
Sorry for the problem with the audio.
Okay. Not really a question, but Grace advised us after August 2nd to have legal counsel educate the rest of us, electeds and staff, paid consultants, and our mailers that might or might not go out. What are the do's and don'ts after August 22nd? City Attorney Renee Ortega, do you want to just briefly comment on that?
Yes, and actually I have my partner Pearl, who is on the call, who can cover that briefly.
Good evening, Pearl.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. And I think the question from the member of the public was a little bit broader than that. In addition to the requirements governing mailers, more broadly, what can council members do? What can staff do with respect to spending public funds on communicating regarding the measure? There are fairly strict and detailed requirements on that. I can't get into all of those right now, but we will be advising the city on how to comply with them. The basic rule is, other than taking, the council can certainly as a whole take a position and prepare ballot arguments in favor or against the ballot measure. And you can express your personal opinions, but after a measure is placed on the ballot, you cannot use public funds or resources to advocate in favor or against a ballot measure. Under there are a variety of constitutional and statutory requirements on that. So the concern is, as I understand, is that the council and staff be educated on those requirements to ensure that you're not using public funds to advocate in support of the measure in a way that's prohibited. And we will be providing that guidance to the city. I believe Renee has already provided some information on that.
Okay, Pearl, so do the electeds, the city staff, and paid consultants all fall under basically the same rules that you just mentioned?
Yes, the rules are that you cannot use public resources to advocate in favor of a measure. So the same rules apply. Is the big difference is that you are allowed expressly by statute, the council members, to author an argument in favor or for that matter against the ballot measure. So you can do that, but aside from that, you cannot use public funds to advocate one way or another. And there are detailed definitions of what advocating is. It's not simply urging people to vote yes or no.
Okay, and then can you address mailers if they do go out? Can they go out, and what rule do they have?
Yeah, there are very specific regulatory requirements adopted by the Fair Political Practices Commission governing mailers. And I don't have those in front of me right now. And, we will be looking at and advising you with respect to those.
All right. Thank you very much. Did I miss any questions or comments that people asked us to address?
Mr. Mayor, could you have Pearl, I missed one section, the last point that you had about opinions for or against, but not using city funding. So you had said something there, and if you could repeat it, just because you were saying it very fast, I want to make sure that I understood it.
Was it regarding mailers or what people could do? Okay. Go ahead, Pearl.
I'm sorry, I believe it was what council members can do. Is that, I just want to make sure I'm answering the correct question.
Yes.
Basically what all the people can do. If we're all subject to the same rule, what is the rule?
Sure. And I just want to be clear about one thing that's different for council members. You can author, and the resolution before you provides for the council to designate two council members to author a ballot argument that expressly advocates for the measure or against it. So that is permissible. And that's a little bit different because other than that, you cannot use any city resources to advocate for or against a measure. So the ballot argument is fine. You can discuss whether you want to do that. You can, in your resolution, direct individual council members to file the ballot argument, period, even though that arguably involves use of city resources. But other than that, you cannot use city resources and money to advocate for or against a measure. Council members and individual staff can, on their own time and without using city resources or city money, advocate all they want under the First Amendment. So that right is protected. The prohibition is simply on using public funds to do that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that clarity.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions or comments? I don't have light, so please raise your hand.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I have a question with regards to in the ballot, the either support or rebuttal. I'm hearing the number 2, but can it be more?
So it can only be two, but I think there can be more than two signers. Pearl, you can correct me if I'm wrong about that.
Yes, there can be up to 5 signatories, and the reason why the draft resolution specifies a limitation on having 2 council members to sign it is a function of the Brown Act. That if you have more than 2 members of the council preparing the argument, that would be a public meeting to do that. And so to make sure you're complying with the Brown Act, we recommend that no more than 2 council members be involved. It doesn't require that 2 council members be involved. Oftentimes, as you may know from other ballot measures, there are other members of the community who are included as signatories to the ballot argument.
Great. And then just so like in simple terms, 2 council members and up to 3 community members could a total of 5.
A total of 5. That's
Right.
Is set by the statute.
Perfect. Thanks.
Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple comments about the staff report. One is maybe benign, but in the interest of transparency and kind of building trust, there is kind of this language that talks about quote, but still relies on the same aging and it says the city's population has more than doubled since the city was incorporated in 1975, but still relies on the same aging and deteriorating fire stations, police stations, and city facilities. The reality is our police and fire station actually is one of the newest buildings in our city. It's one of the newest city buildings that we have. So I think that might deserve a little bit of a tweak. I'd look to the council for further input on that. And then just the second input that I have is I see that there's kind of a modified version of the ballot statement. I personally prefer the one that was presented by the consultant. It's not something that I'm terribly concerned about, but just looking at the two, I prefer the first one. I like that it has the 911 response kind of front and center. I think that's important for people to see. So that's it from me for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. I'd like to take a little bit of issue with some of the public comment that said that something like we didn't involve citizens very much or not at all, almost not at all. And, we sent out the mailers and there was some public comment that those were misleading or inadequate in different ways. We also had 2 study sessions. One was an hour, one was 2 hours. And then following those study sessions, we had lengthy public meetings on the same day. And then we've had several meetings like tonight where we've discussed this over the years. So I don't know what else we could have done beyond mailers and meetings. I know there's a long list that people might suggest that actions we could have taken. But I think that we probably did the normal approach. And I don't think that schools have done more than we've done in all cases. Although sometimes they have exactly, the water boilers and things that they know need to be replaced. So I think if this measure doesn't pass, if it does go on the ballot and doesn't pass, I think we can always do better in providing more and better information and getting more citizen involvement. But I know how hard that a lot of folks have worked on this, including 2 council members that were on an ad hoc committee to review the mailers, provide comments back and forth. And they did go back and forth many times before they went out in the mail. So we put a lot of effort into every step of this process. And it was a deja vu because we did most of those steps back in 2022 as well. I think if it goes on the ballot and it doesn't pass, I think that there's some benefit of it going on the ballot, even if it doesn't pass, because it gets people talking and it gets the name recognition out there that we have public facilities that are aging and need some replacement. And I've mentioned a couple times during previous meetings that it took 3 or 4 times for the Transportation Agency Monterey County's sales tax measure to pass. So it wasn't that each of those times it made their job harder. I think they got closer and closer, and finally they found out what they could do to make it better and got to the finish line on their third or fourth try. I think that using the sky is not going to fall is not a good metric of whether this is needed or not. And I point out that Denise, when she commented that this is worthwhile and this is necessary, but she doesn't like some of the process we went through. Well, if it's worthwhile and it's necessary, that should be the bottom line, that our city deserves what's worthwhile and necessary. I went to the Greenfield City Community Center, Civic Center last Friday. They have a beautiful foyer to their city hall. They have a beautiful window structure. You go to different windows for different needs. They have a beautiful council chambers. It's modern. It's what people expect when they go to a government facility. That's Greenfield. They have a lot less people and to some extent, a smaller budget than we do. And we're in a 45 to 50-year-old trailer that was meant to be 6 months in longevity. So I don't know that you could find any city our size within 150 miles that is putting up with the facilities that we have. And we have a reputation. We hear our citizens often say, why are we the redheaded stepchild? We need to stand up for ourselves and show people that Marina is not this stepchild. Well, I think we need to stand up together to make ourselves that modern city that's at least similar to other cities, not behind on the times. And it used to be that we didn't have as much money as we have now. We have lots of money now to make a lot of improvements in town, and we're doing so on our streets and our parks. But we don't have enough money, and almost no city our size would ever have enough money to replace the kind of buildings we're talking about replacing. The last thing I'll say is that our senior center / youth center / community center is an indoor basketball court where the seniors pull out all their stuff out of the closet to do their sewing projects and other projects. And then at 2:00, they get kicked out by the little kids. They put all their sewing stuff in the closet, and then little kids take over. And then the little kids have to put all their stuff away because tomorrow morning the seniors are coming. And so to say that a community center, senior center, youth center is satisfied by an indoor basketball court would not satisfy any city anywhere near us, and it shouldn't satisfy us. And so if we want to attract great people to work here, to provide great services to the people that we love and respect in our community, and we want to improve our quality of life, we can't neglect our city facilities the way that our city facilities have degraded. So let's turn it back now to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. And I wanted to piggyback a little bit on your comment about the process, because that is something that, we have heard some criticism from the public. And so I did some research of other bond measures locally and throughout the state. And really, I'm confident. And I'm new to this process. I know you have all been doing this for years now, but I'm confident that the city of Marina is really aligned and actually has gone above and beyond the outreach and information process. Some cities literally have 2 meetings and that's it. There's no survey, there's no open house there, so really, I would like to thank staff for doing this. And it's really aligned the outreach and information efforts that we have done, are aligned and also surpassed. So for me, this has just been my same message when it comes to bond and ballot initiatives. These decisions belong to the voters. And I cannot support taking it away from the voters, especially we're at the finish line. And I value and respect all the sides of the bond debate. But it's not within my authority to deny any voter the opportunity to vote. And again, like, this is such significant community investments. And if you think it will pass or not, I mean, ultimately it's up for the residents, not the five of us. So I do remain in support of allowing this to be decided by the vote of the people. And I look forward to hearing from the voters in November. You know, that will be huge for the community, you know, and potentially some really exciting and essential projects will take place. So thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I typed out my remarks. I didn't time myself, so bear with me. The issue of deferred maintenance is not something that started recently. In the almost 50 years since Marina became a city, there has never been a maintenance plan for the city's buildings. Fortunately, the current city council and staff realize how important it is to get long-term maintenance plans in place for all the city's assets and responsibilities, and to budget for this. There already are systems in place for street maintenance, vehicle replacement, and maintenance of the city-owned rental homes at Preston and Abrams Park. Maintenance for all other assets, including parks, landscaping, trees, buildings, signs, streetlights, traffic lights, art objects like dolphins and murals, restrooms, retaining walls, fences, etc., will need to be included in a long-term maintenance plan. The community facility needs assessment that R&T Architects presented at the open house and the council meeting on July 23rd clearly shows that the current square footage for police department, fire stations, council chamber, and city hall will need to be doubled to offer adequate space for all those city departments. You don't need to have a master's in architecture and building technology or have experience in setting up long-term maintenance plans, which I happen to both have, to understand that the existing facilities are too small and too old to meet current standards. The survey from FM3 showed that an $80 million bond measure, which would include the sports and aquatic buildings, does not have a good likelihood of success for the November 2024 ballot. Maintenance will still need to be planned and budgeted for to just keep the shells of these two structures in an acceptable condition. For the public safety and community buildings, we can no longer continue to kick the can down the road, as has been done for decades by previous city councils. A bond measure is the only chance to get funding for new buildings at locations with expansion potential. We all know that Marina needs more revenue. It is unfortunate that in the past, voters have decided to end the user's utility tax. Marina now is one of only 3 cities in Monterey County, the other 2 being Carmel and Delray Oaks, that do not have this tax revenue. In the past, residents have blocked Costco and car dealerships from settling in Marina, resulting in considerable missed revenue opportunities, which could have been used for better maintenance and might have decreased the amount that is now needed for an expensive bond measure. In 2018, thanks to a citizens' initiative led by our mayor, 3 propositions were placed on the ballot to increase tax revenue for our city. Volunteers worked hard to provide information. As a result, the voters approved to raise the sales tax, the hotel tax, and to allow 3 cannabis businesses. Every year, this extra revenue is added to the general fund to be used for maintenance, like increased repairs and reconstruction of streets, which soon will be noticeable in our city. For those who wish to blame council members for the bad state that our city buildings are in, you would need to look at all previous councils since 1975. I prefer to look at today's facts and look at options to make improvements in our city. And although I know that it will be an uphill battle, I think that we must put a bond measure on the ballot and let the voters decide. If the voters decide against a bond measure to fund replacements of the current buildings, the next step will be to determine what repairs and improvements will need to be paid for to get the buildings in an acceptable state, even although we know that the buildings will still be too small for the current requirements. This will be a waste of money, and this will be at the cost of other maintenance. The time to act is now, because earlier postponements have shown exponentially increased construction costs. If the bond measure does pass, the best locations will need to be selected and designs can be made for modern buildings that will meet current standards and that will offer expansion potential. Public safety buildings and community centers are built all over the country. Their cost can be accurately estimated by established cost models, as has been done by R&T architects. It would not make sense to spend money and time on detailed designs and plans before final locations have been selected and funding has been secured. To recap, almost there. In my opinion, not securing funding to replace the current buildings that no longer meet safety standards or offer sufficient space is a waste of taxpayer money. I hope that voters will agree and that our city soon can start working on designing and constructing new buildings. The new buildings will need to offer expansion potential, and they shall be included in a long-term maintenance plan so that they will be able to serve staff and residents for the next decades. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. My colleague, Mayor Pro Tem, was so well spoken. I don't think I can match that, but I do quickly want to put it into perspective. And, we're asking the voters if they want to come along on this journey with us to pay the equivalent of a Starbucks a week for the average homeowner, to provide incredible services that have been contemplated since 1975. And if you're one of the lucky ones that owns $1 million home, then it's a Starbucks for you and a neighbor a week. It's, that's the journey that we're asking if voters want to come along with us on. And if the answer is no, then the voters are the identity of the city, right? We all collectively are going to decide what we look like in 5, 10, 20, or 30 years. And so, that's why I'm in favor of putting this on the ballot box, as Councilmember McAdams said, and letting the voters decide what our image looks like in the future. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have so much to say and I didn't make a written statement, so let me see if I can hit some points. First, I want to say that because of my involvement in the water issues, I have visited probably all of the local and regional city council chambers and their community centers. And I think, as the mayor pointed out, there's none like ours. I can just sit here and look in this room that we have blue tarp held down by sandbags. It looks like we have a blue, overhead lighting, but it's really, it's the skylight and it leaks. And so we have sandbags there. We have single paned windows here with the security of one of those little things that you move that is so old. I no houses that I know have that kind of thing anymore. But these are I see tape holding down things on the walls here. We have skirts that are holding up a platform where our AV equipment goes, and on this side it's sagging and it doesn't even meet the floor. We have mismatched carpeting. It's endless, and the bathrooms are deplorable. The bathrooms in the annex here are awful. They are taped on the bottom. There are wires everywhere going across pedestrian counters. We even have people tripping on the wires going across here up to the dais. This is so bad. I can't even begin to tell you how embarrassing it is to invite people into a closed, small, tiny conference room. We come from closed session. We are literally sitting close like this and can't maneuver in the room. That's our conference room. Then we have in our planning department a conference room where we invite developers here. And when you sit in that, you can hear the bathroom flushing in the next room. These are structural things that don't meet our current needs. And certainly, if we even just said, well, we're going to repair some of these, and 2 of the assessed buildings here are by the consultants who looked at everything, all the structural things, 2 of them are not even worth saving. And yet, if we don't have a bond measure, then we're going to have to figure out how we're going to take these structures that are off the charts, really, they're poor, they can't be rehabbed. We're going to have to put millions of dollars into it just so that people can use it and be safe. And so this makes no sense for me to waste this kind of money on facilities that are beyond repair. These are 49-year-old portables that our city is allowing our employees to work in, people from the outside coming in and seeing our city and discussing business with us. The students are not students, I'm sorry, the teens and the small children in these buildings are it's really very sad. There's broken things on the ceilings. And as we said, the space it's not accommodating our needs. Last time when our chief police said the structure that the police department is in now is structurally good, but it's so small. We are not accommodating the current needs. When he reported that sex offenders and other people being booked go through the office space where confidential information is being talked about on the phone and on your computers, that can't be. That's confidential. In healthcare, in which I am a part of my whole professional life, confidential patient information, confidential citizen information. We cannot have this. There is no space. And we share a space for the police cars. When they have to shuffle those cars to get out to a call, and that could be a loss of 2 minutes, that could be somebody's life. We cannot have this kind of setup where we don't have enough room for the vital functions that are needed in our city for emergency responses, but beyond that, for our staff who are piled up on each other in 49-year-old portables. We have to understand this is not just about so we can put some nice window structures up or some curtains. It's not that. We are talking about basic, fundamental disrepair and out of date and insufficient and unsafe facilities. So I personally consider this one of the very important decisions that this council makes. It's an unpopular one. Nobody will ever want us to increase your property tax. And it does not relate to those rentals, but it does for property tax. No one wants to do that. We considered this 2 years ago. It was the wrong timing economically. We can say the same thing. The naysayers have also said, well, how can we do this to people at this time with the economy as it is? And next year, 2 years down the road, will be the same thing. And that's why no councils up to now have decided that they want to propose an unfavorable thing. And so here we are in this condition. So someone has to take the initiative. Whether we fail or not, or we win or not is up to the voters. But I want to say that you have to understand the condition of these facilities, and we've done so much work on it. They are published, so you get an idea of what the square footage is for most jurisdictions, and we are literally off the charts. We're not even counted on the low and fair end. We are so below it in terms of accommodating the needs of a city our size. And then they talk about the conditions of individual buildings. And I do want to say that even though we've probably heard more of the folks who are opposing this bond measure, this survey, and I do put my trust in the survey's results, please do not forget that 51%? 51%. No, I'm sorry. 51% of those surveys would be in favor of the bond. So we just have to do some more education, and we do have to do more outreach. But I'm not sure in terms of the council in the future, if we don't get this bond, what are we going to do? What are we going to have to cut? Where are we not going to be able to spend our money? We have to get these facilities at least up to a minimum standard, and that is totally inadequate for our current needs. So I am just not sure. It's not going to be a pleasant 4 years to try to make accommodations for this lack of bond money. When other jurisdictions go out for bonds, we are the same. You can't possibly accumulate enough money over time. And if we did that, you know that the labor costs, you know that the cost of construction is going to be doubling, if not tripling in the future from where we think we are today, because it has in the recent past. So we're not going to be even able to even start to have any kind of renovations or new plans for a civic center or police and fire, which we direly need. But if we do a bond measure, it has to be started within the 5 years after the bond is passed. So even though we're paying out for 30 years, we can reap the benefits of that within the next 5 years, so that the people who are paying into it get to enjoy it as well. So I just hope that we have enough education out there to reach most of the voters in Marina, and I'm looking forward to seeing that result. And I hope it's in favor of this bond. I hope I can say that at this point.
Just
Okay.
under 5 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Let's go to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. And you know, you had both mentioned visiting other facilities in other cities and just sort of that sense of pride from the community, right? And when I'm here, I'm like, ooh, you know, there's orange carpet and it's just really outdated. And but last night at National Night Out, you know, like our community deserves a new updated fire department police station. You know, just today there was a 10-acre fire in Fort Ord. You know, I mean, it is contained. The chief, you know, we had a truck and crew out there, but I mean, especially with climate change, we're going to see that more and more. And it is our responsibility to let the voters decide if this is sort of the investment that they want to make in the community. You know, and I am still disappointed that we're not talking about the swimming pool and the gym. You know, I mean, and I also understand that, you know, from 2 years ago, I think it went from 50 million to 80 million. And so like exactly what Councilmember Biala is saying, if we wait another 2 years, you know, now we're going to be looking at 80 million just for the police, fire station, and community center, you know? And so this is a hard decision to make, you know, and it does take courage and political will. And I'm very grateful for all of you up here. You know, especially it's hard when you are hearing, you know, just negative voices. But I think, you know, for me, when I have this vision of like, where is Marina going? We're not going in a double wide. Right? Like I want to be going in a beautiful facility. I don't want to be in a double wide anymore. And I think that the community can get on board with that. Thank you.
I would go for a beautiful double wide. We're not there yet. I agree. I don't disagree with anything I've heard. I think the reality is that we had 51% in favor. And I think if you were betting on the odds, you would say that we need 67%, not 55%. But if uncharacteristically all of the majority of California votes yes to make it easier to take money out of their pockets statewide, then we come down to 55%. That would be great for us to be able to be successful. We still have a huge lift to get from 51 to 55%. And so everything we can do to intelligently increase our odds, I think we should. And that's why I'm in favor of a smaller bond, 20 million, take care of the fire station, which we have estimates at 16, 17 million, and they're always underestimates. They're never overestimates, it seems, the last several years. So I think realistically, intelligently, getting a bond passed will be difficult at the 20 million fire station level, but getting it passed at the 40 to 60 million for more than the fire station, I think the numbers show that we're being unrealistic. And although it's not the end of the world if we don't get it, because we can try again in the future, I would much rather get the yes on the fire station, show the people how beautiful Del Monte Boulevards are going to be within a couple of years, how wonderful all of our streets, most of our streets are going to be improved, the incredible parks that are online to happen like within a year, and all better education about all that we're doing at the airport to bring good jobs to locals. All that can be part of the education of the future. We don't have to do it all at once. We're not going to do it all at once, even we got 40 to 60 million. So that's why I hope that we vote for a realistic bond measure, not the 40 to the 50 million. Okay. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not trying to squash discussion, but I would like to make a motion. We can still discuss that we give the voters the option and that we adopt a resolution number 2024 resolution of the City Council of the City of Marina, ordering a general obligation bond election, establishing specifications, requesting consolidation with other elections occurring on November 5th, 2024, and authorizing necessary actions in connection therewith. Is that an appropriate motion, City Attorney?
I second.
Yes. Well, you'll be having two votes. One is for the resolution, and you'll have to do a second one for the bond, which is for the bond, sorry, for the bond ordinance. Yes. I would just like to include in that the changes that I made with respect to the deadlines.
Yes, so incorporating the changes that the city attorney has laid out with respect to the deadlines.
And one other change, actually, on Exhibit F of that resolution, which paragraph H states that the city shall conduct an annual independent financial audit. And we just want to add, and an independent performance audit to confirm that bond expenditures are consistent with the purposes of the measure. So keeping the rest of that. So just adding in and an independent performance audit. And then at the last sentence, instead of saying this annual audit, it would say these annual audits. So those changes.
Okay, so I accept those recommendations to add the language
Second
recommended.
holds.
Okay, second holds. Thank you both. So we're soon going to vote on the resolution before us, which is Exhibit F, with the modifications suggested by our city attorney. And I would like to make a substitute motion that we approve the ordinance in front of us, but put the $20 million figure in for the fire station itself. Any second? Okay, that motion dies for lack of second. So we're back to our original motion. All in favor? Well, I'm so sorry. Don't want to jump ahead here. Let's go to Councilmember Viola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since your substitute motion failed, I was going to comment about it that I think already at the 50 million, we have omitted the pool and the sports center because of those concerns about the cost of the bond. But going down further, and especially only choosing fire, if I were the police chief, I would be saying, what about us? We have dire needs too. I don't think you can carve out the two. And if you're saying you do the two, then what about the facilities that are basically condemned? You have to be able to include those. And so you might as well do a $50 million bond. And I have some changes that we'll talk about. The language, right, is going to be in the second ordinance, in the second motion. City Council.
Sorry, what was your question?
The changes to the language of the bond, is that coming on the next one or is it on this one?
It is on this one as well. You mean the ballot language?
Yes. So
It would be with this one also.
okay, so I need to make some comments about it. Now, you made some modifications, but I have a hard time unless I have a visual with me. So do you have your changes in a visual way for me? Because I really can't, and I'm not able to quickly think so much on my feet without looking at, because do you have that?
I can explain those changes again.
Okay, because I also submitted changes, but I have a hard time comparing what got lost and what got inputted, so.
Were you speaking about, I was making changes to the resolution and the exhibit to the actual ballot measure.
No,
Not
I
the
was
ballot
thinking about the
language.
language.
talking about the-
Okay, good.
nothing
Okay, well,
about
then
the
that goes in the second one. That was my question. So then I will reserve my edits.
Yeah, the ballot language is part of this resolution as well,
Oh,
though.
okay.
So those changes, anything that you want adopted should be
Okay,
made now.
well, let me comment on, and you have to tell me what has been included. So the one that was in our staff packet, it seems to be redundant to say to maintain rapid 911 fire and emergency service times. And then the next sentence sounds so redundant. Ensure Marina's fire police departments can respond to emergencies, maintain fire police services. So I didn't understand when we're so constricted in terms of, I think, 70 words, that we would have two sentences that are almost duplicate of each other. So in my version, I cut out the seconds, what I considered repetitive. Ensure Marina's fire police departments can respond to emergencies. And I added and maintain fire police services to the first sentence. So that's the only thing that's not redundant. So you would essentially save several words right there. And then when it says to the average $54.74, I think you need to add annually per 100,000 of assessed value. And next to the 54.74, in parentheses, put $22 monthly. So you're saying $54 annually, and then in parentheses, $22 monthly. Because, and I don't believe in weekly assessments. I think that's going too far, but people think of it in terms of monthly budgets. And so I think that those were my changes, and it comes out actually maybe even less than 70 words. So I'm not sure if I can look at what it was revised to.
Yeah, you should have this in front of your dais.
Oh, okay. Let me see. I can, oh, okay. So it's here. Sorry. So
It'd be
it's this one
the
here.
Last one, the modified version.
Okay, you still have a redundancy here. To provide rapid 911 fire and emergency response times. And then you go into ensuring Marina's fire and police departments can respond to emergencies. Doesn't that say pretty much the same thing? I don't know. That just seems like
So this was the work of the consultants, the attorneys. So, I mean, sort of multiple sort of input.
right. But
And then
if
this
it's
last
me-
one is also, I think, with some feedback from staff as well.
I did run your comments back by our attorney and Team Civex, and they still kind of felt their version was better.
Okay, but irrespective of what they're saying, and I'm sorry to question the consultants, but how is it that to provide rapid 911 fire and emergency response time, not somehow redundant to saying in the very next sentence, ensuring Marina's fire and police departments can respond to emergencies? I don't understand that.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you, Councilmember Biala. If just to respond, for me personally, and I know we're a diverse city with all kinds of different language perspectives, but the reality is there's going to be a lot of people, I think, that look at just that bold part of the ballot. You're absolutely right. It is redundant. I feel pretty strongly. I don't know if strongly enough that I would, fall on my sword, as they say about it, right? But I feel pretty strongly that the language that's proposed by the consultant is the strongest. I think that they've been doing this for ballot measures across the state for quite some time, and generally they probably know what has the highest way of success and reaching out to voters in a way that they want to be reached out to. So you are absolutely right. It is redundant, but I would still favor the proposed language by the consultant.
Yeah. Anything more at this time, Brian?
No.
Kathy, were you finished?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to Councilmember McAdams. Oh, I'm sorry. One moment, please, Jenny. City Attorney, did you have input?
Yeah, no, I just, you should include as part of your motion, the two people that would be writing the argument in favor.
Okay. Let's get to Councilmember McAdams and Mayor Pro Tem, and then we'll have that discussion. And if you want to indicate whether you want to be part of that two-person team, Jenny and Elizabeth, that'd be fine.
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate Councilmember Biala. Like, thank you for that effort. And I understand, yes, it is repetitive. And I also always look to the professionals, right? So I'm sure that they've taken data from the survey, keywords that they've, talked to when they're doing outreach and incorporated those. And also, typically a voter, like, we're lucky if they read a sentence and a half. Which sentence is that? I don't know. Is it the top one, the bottom one, the middle one? So I yes, it's repetitive, but I also understand the thoughtfulness of, making sure that whatever the voter reads, they're going to understand what it's about. I'm happy to be one of the two. Absolutely. I'm happy to volunteer for that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Fisher?
Thank you. Just the way I read it, because it seems redundant, but to provide rapid 911 fire and emergency response times, that depends on where the fire station especially is located. And ensuring that Marina's fire police departments can respond to emergencies doesn't have to be fast. It just means that the buildings that they're now in, if there's an earthquake, those buildings might be gone and they cannot respond at all. So they must have their headquarters there, their emergency team. So that's the way I read it. So it can be read in two different ways. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth, do you want to mention if you want to be part of the two-person team or not?
Yes, I'll be happy to be part of that.
Okay. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Obviously, I read this in a different way, this statement. So I accept everybody's, opinion, and I'm trusting the consultants on this case. Although I want to just say that we don't always trust consultants. There have been many times that we have challenged what they have said and we've been right on target. So please, let's not get so complacent in saying that they're always right and we should always listen to them. But based on my fellow council members' perspectives, I yield to them. I would also like to put my name in the hat for the two-person committee.
Okay. Councilmember McCarthy on the two-person membership.
Yes, I'll add that to my motion that,
I'm happy to not.
We're
Councilmember-
wondering if you wanted to be part of that.
no, I don't, but I would need to add that to my motion, I assume, the individuals or.
Or we could just give direction to staff who's going to be on it.
No, I think you have to vote.
Okay.
So I would like to have Councilmember McAdams and Councilmember Biala note, if that's okay with Councilmember Vischer, I think that.
Okay. Does the second hold? Kathy, does your second hold?
Sorry, I would like to have Lisbeth Vischer on there.
Instead of you? Or instead of
No,
Jenny?
instead of Jenny.
So I'll modify my motion, then Councilmember Biala and Councilmember Vischer.
Okay. Second hold? Kathy, does your second hold?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay, to the city attorney, a little Brown Act advice. Kathy and I have been buddies on the bond measure up to this point. Now, moving forward, if she's buddies with Mayor Pro Tem, is that okay?
It would just be for purposes of writing the argument in favor of the ballot measure.
Okay. Thank you.
Nothing else.
May I ask a question, Mr. Mayor? We also are the same two are responsible for writing the rebuttal.
Yes.
Okay, so okay, and that's no problem with the Brown Act. But if we write for it, it's no problem if he and I are the Brown Act buddies, as you're saying, right?
I think from this point forward, there shouldn't be any discussion regarding the ballot between the mayor and yourself.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go to Councilmember McAdams and then back to Biala if she.
I'm sorry. I think my light was on.
Councilmember Biala, do you have any more input? Okay, so I think if there's no further comment, we're ready to go to a vote on the resolution, and then we'll move to the ordinance next. So on the resolution, all in favor, please say aye.
I,
All opposed, please say no. No. Thank you, everyone. That motion passes with myself dissenting 4-1. And now we move on to almost identical matter, but in the ordinance format. City Attorney, do you want to provide us any leadership here?
Yes, so on the ordinance, I would just make those same changes to sections 14 and, sorry, section 13 and section 14 regarding the deadlines for the primary argument, rebuttal, and the filing of the impartial analysis. And then also on the measure itself, which is Exhibit A to the bond ordinance, adding to paragraph H, that in addition to an independent financial audit, that there would also be an independent performance audit. So making the same changes that I mentioned earlier.
I would like to make a motion.
So moved. And I'd like to ask, didn't mention it.
If there's a motion, let's come back to your question.
What's it? Okay, so
So we'll remove the motion from the table. Go ahead.
yeah, so moved with the addition of consideration of a citizen oversight committee. Which is something that we've spoken about.
So that is a requirement.
Okay.
So that is included in.
So not required to add it to my motion then.
Correct.
Okay. So I'll strike that.
Okay, motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'm happy to second that.
Okay.
Discussion on the motion. Can the city attorney, so it does say, third party. Is there any sort of difference if we change it to a citizen oversight committee? I think it says like third party auditing, or I don't know the exact wording. No, sorry.
Renee, if you'd like, I can address that.
Thank
great.
you.
Sure. There are two separate requirements. One is there already is built into both the existing law and even more so if Proposition 5 passes in the fall, a requirement for an independent oversight committee. So that is in paragraph G of the ordinance, the requirement for an independent oversight committee. And I'll let you find that if you'd like.
Yes. Okay. And so thank you for that. And so independent oversight committee, it's missing. Individuals appointed by the council. Okay.
Yeah, and the requirement for that is specified by state law. So that's in there.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Now, any further comment before we go to a vote? Oh, we better go to public comment. Yes, this is very important. Okay, so let's open this up to public comment. Anyone in the building wishing to comment?
Earlier this evening, I mentioned each of the names has a segment that says planning for the future. The city of Marina is developing plans. And attended multiple meetings, we cited some of those such as special studies. Including one thing. I have yet to see the show me plan. Really.
Thank you, John. Anyone else in the building wishing to comment? Okay, let's turn it over to the folks that remotely calling in, starting with Denise Turley. Okay, Denise, welcome.
It would have been nice to hear that, gentleman. He kept pointing to the mic and asking you, is it on? Is it on? No, it wasn't. We didn't hear a word of what he said. And B, my only piece of advice for you is be less enamored of your own voice and listen to your constituents more. Can't say it any better than that. Bye.
Thank you, Denise. Let's go to Elizabeth Billingsley. Welcome, Elizabeth. Elizabeth, if you hit unmute, we should be able to hear you. There you go. Welcome, Elizabeth. Elizabeth appears ready to go, but she might be having some technical issue. All right. While we see if Elizabeth can modify what she's doing to be able to talk to us, anybody else wants to raise their hand that haven't spoken yet? Please do so. Okay, Elizabeth, you're going to have the final word if you can get your audio to work. All right. Unfortunately, we're not able to hear from Elizabeth, though she does have her hand up. So we'll close public comment. And John asked if we have any plans that we can show him. I'll turn it over to the city manager.
We have shown all the plans that we have, from the concepts. What we haven't hired the architects is due to the actual construction drawings. That's going to run hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars, and it's not appropriate to do that at this point. Our consultants all say these measures, they need the big concept plans, which we have provided, and all of those have been readily available to the public.
Okay. Did anyone note any questions that we haven't covered in response to the public comment? Okay, so I think we're ready to go to a vote. And we'll have a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember McAdams.
Aye.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Yes.
Councilmember Viala.
Yes.
Councilmember Fisher.
Yes.
Mayor Mayor Delgado.
No. All right, thank you, everyone. That motion passes 4-1 with myself dissenting. And thank you for all the hard work that citizens have put into this, as well as staff and consultants. Pearl, thank you. Brian, thank you online as some of our consultants. We're going to move to a downtown revitalization specific plan. And Guido Persicone is our Director of Community Development Department. Welcome.
Good evening, council and members of the public. Just wanted to cover kind of an update on the downtown plan since I last spoke with the council in November. Wanted to go over all the great work going on in the downtown, the project schedule, and just been speaking to several cities and consultants on ways we can actually implement the plan and activate the downtown area. So as the council is aware, this is the project area. This is the project schedule. I did get the final EIR back last Thursday from the consultant. We are aiming for the September 12th Planning Commission and the October 15th council hearing. So there's a lot going on in the downtown. We thought it would be a good idea to kind of consolidate all the different activities. So in June, the city did apply for an active transportation grant. This will help create the roundabouts within the downtown, go from 4 lanes to 2 as part of the road diet, have larger sidewalks, so it's more of a pedestrian experience. That is a $20 million project, and we did apply for $12 million to the state. Hopefully we will be funded on November 1st. The city was ineligible for this grant because it did not have a certified housing element up until we got certification by the council taking that decisive action. So moving forward, as long as we stay certified with our housing element, those funds are available to the city. The road diet will significantly improve the pedestrian experience. This is from La Jolla, a city down in San Diego County. You can see the upper picture is kind of what Del Monte looks like. Very car driven, not very friendly to pedestrians. And the bottom picture is the work that Kimley Horn, the firm that we have under contract, after they got the grant, working with local engineering firms to actually make it more walkable. So this is not some theoretical exercise. This is boots on the ground, moving dirt to make it a real life pedestrian experience through that ATP grant. We're also looking at improving the Del Monte Reservation Road intersection. This picture is slightly old. The city manager did inform me that Bianca is preparing some more conceptual drawings to improve all four parts of the intersection. I mean, this was a picture that I had readily available. So we'll be bringing those 30% designs to council, hopefully in the fall. So it's also part of the Del Monte experience, trying to identify ways to improve the medians. We're going to be having our 60% drawings to council also in the fall. So that's all the work kind of going on in the downtown. And then as part of this build up to this meeting, I've been speaking with several jurisdictions, but what have they done to activate and improve their downtown? The most directly relatable were actually Morgan Hill and Santa Cruz. And specifically speaking with the Morgan Hill staff, they actually did not have a downtown up until 10 years ago. And so they engaged in a lot of the activities that we're trying to do. They increased the sidewalks. They slowed down Monterey Road. They have a lot of activities to bring people into that part of Morgan Hill. They have a movie night, a safe trick or treat, a doggy day out where they close parts of Monterey Road to make it safe for dog walks. According to the staff, hugely successful downtown plan. They only have a 2% vacancy in their entire downtown area. So that was kind of intriguing. Santa Cruz, speaking with their staff. So this week, the city manager signed our pro-housing designation, which makes us eligible for more state grants. That makes us eligible for this ILG grant, which Santa Cruz used. They got a $20 million grant to improve their downtown. So if we can hopefully get the pro-housing designation, then we'll be eligible for additional funding. Los Altos, where I came from, they have a public art in downtown. They're partnering with the local nonprofits to make the downtown an art destination. They're reducing the cost of their special event permit to encourage activation of the space. And one of the key things I thought was interesting, they're also really trying to reduce the regulatory barriers for different events and activities, trying to push those down as much as possible to the staff level. I thought that was intriguing. Los Gatos, they did hire a part-time economic development business ambassador to assist property owners and businesses with the permitting process. And they've actually continued the parklets to allow people to have dining in the public right of way. So those were just some different ideas that have come out through different agencies. So in speaking with different agencies and consultants and other folks, it really came down to two key things: reimagining the space and activating the space. So some of the programs already in the downtown plan, utilizing software dedicated on the city website to show community members and property owners how their properties could be re-envisioned with some SketchUp software, developing potentially a public art master plan to celebrate the cultural diversity of Marina. We need to figure out ways to organize large community events to reimagine the space. and to continue to conduct extensive outreach to property owners and operators of the businesses. Along the similar theme, activating the space, partnering with the Chamber of Commerce to create a walking tour of downtown that shows the rich history of Marina, potentially partnering with the Chamber and Marina Foundation to create a food passport to show all the cultural eats. So just trying to really have people really embrace that diversity, but use it as a tool for economic development and to bring people to the downtown area. Some other ideas to enhance the city partnership. Something I will be bringing forward is to write a special event permit into the municipal code, creating outreach material for nonprofits and for-profit development community to learn about the benefits of the streamlined development within the specific plan, and potentially working with Rincon, who we have under contract, to apply for that ILG grant if we can get the pro-housing designation from HCD. So those were some of the bigger ideas. 2 weeks ago in front of the Planning Commission, we did a dot exercise. We gave 9 dots to each of the planning commissioners, laid it on the table. So in addition to what staff's recommending and proposing, what were the main action steps the commission's asking staff and potentially recommending to council to do to actually implement the plan? So each of them were given 9 dots. So what was very timely is the third ranked one was identify the timing, location, and funding for a new fire station. So that was number 5. So obviously very appropriate for this meeting. Potentially establish a downtown improvement district to have concerted efforts to improve the downtown, and dedicate a page on the city website to allow community members showing how their properties could be redeveloped to accommodate multifamily housing. There were some other ones as well. So really looking to get some further input from the council today. We actually at the counter, I've been asking the staff to keep a track of inquiries the last year and a half. We actually have almost 30 developer owners who are wanting to work with the city after the plan is adopted. And this is a first step in a multi-year process to implement the plan, but I guess the overarching theme is we don't as staff want the plan to just sit on a shelf and collect dust. We want to partner with the community to actually implement the plan to make this a real livable, walkable downtown. So that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Guido. Any questions from the public or comments on this matter? Starting with those in the building. Come on up to the mic if you'd like to speak for up to 3 minutes. Welcome back, John.
I think the mic is on this time. I really liked what Guido said about reimagining the space and reactivating the space. Now, I'd like to see your discussions about City Hall and city facilities, a very active and involved part of reimagining the space and reactivating it and vitalizing the downtown. And so I would ask Guido if he could comment on how the Planning Commission and the council might be working together to accomplish something like that.
Thank you, John. Anyone else in the building? If not, we'll move now to people remotely. Welcome back, Denise Turley. Try one more time, Denise. I pushed too many buttons.
I'm just really curious when you were talking about, I think it was priorities for Del Monte, why the picture was all about, with the dots on it, was all about pizza toppings. So suggestion for the people at home, make your pictures smaller and your type bigger. I couldn't see a word of your type because it was drowned out by the picture. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Let's go to Jeffrey Markham. Welcome, Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to thank Guido for the amount of detail that he's gone into with this report and also the involvement that he's brought out to the community to understand what this plan is. I think Marina's been talking about this kind of plan since 2017, and it just needed the involvement of the people to try to get it to the place where, you know, everybody understands what it is and it's approvable. Because until we approve it, it's going to be very difficult to entice investment into the region of the development plan. So I urge the council to really acknowledge the good work he's done and just get this thing over the goal line because it's long overdue.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Anyone else online? We'll give you a moment or two if you want to raise your hand. Okay, we'll close public comment. I didn't note any questions other than John asked if Guido could speak to the planning commission and the city council working together to make this downtown plan and process better. I'm not something to that effect.
His specific question was how would City Hall implement or revitalize? Where the City Hall would go, that's very much a City Council decision. I don't know if that's appropriate for me to comment because that decision hasn't been made, but obviously having a thriving City Hall can improve an area. I live in San Jose. They moved the City Hall specifically to where it was in San Jose and specifically didn't put in a cafeteria so that the city employees would walk around and eat at all the local eateries in downtown San Jose. And that really helped that part of downtown San Jose. So obviously it can play a factor, but where that City Hall would go, that really is a council decision. So,
all right, thank you. Did anyone else note any questions that I didn't? Okay, let's go to council and start with Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much for this, Guido. I appreciate the work. I really liked your comment with regards to not let the plan just sit on a shelf because municipalities, unfortunately, are notorious for all these plans, you know, hundreds and thousands of dollars, and then they sit on a shelf for a decade. So what can we do? Like, are there steps that we can do earlier than later to sort of get this momentum going and to make progress, whether it's, you know, there's a lot of like blighted signage when you're driving in right off the highway. I mean, is there stuff that you can see us doing now to sort of get the excitement going about these improvements?
Yeah, so in speaking with some economic development folks, we really need a couple catalyst projects to really push the project forward. And that really is the city staff with the council and the community really partnering together. And so having that outreach to the property owners and the business owners, potentially, hopefully getting that ILG grant like Santa Cruz did, really trying to use the SketchUp software to show when property owners come in to say, hey, donut shop owner, this is what your property could look like if you partner with us, right? And then the commission did look at maybe a more conservative business district to help focus the infrastructure improvements, but that has to be weighed in light of the bond measure and everything else that you're asking the taxpayers to fork over this year. So
sure. And then, you know, have you thought about like a facade improvement plan? Can you talk about sort of when we have an empty commercial space like KFC, are you actively, you know, recruiting and promoting for, you know, maybe not a fast food business to go into those spots?
absolutely. We can really work with the property owner to help them reimagine that space. So
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, let's go to Councilmember Viola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This isn't a trick question. I don't know the answer to it.
okay.
Right.
You know, one of the key things that, and thank you so much for getting this finally done. I mean,
You still have to vote on it.
I know, but I'm telling you, I've been so much a part of this for so long, and it just kind of was a task force for a year and a half, and then it came to and then it was dead, and then resurrected again. And I think you're going to be driving it to the finish line. So thank you so much. Now, one of the things that I know is so important in a modern downtown is that we don't, if we're encouraging pedestrians, but we have a pedestrian experience where they see parking lots all the way down our reservation road. I mean, it's just, that's the way it was built. And so how do you imagine we get to a place where parking lots aren't on the frontage like our downtown envisions? How do you start that process if you get one business in there who wants to change it, but everybody else is still, you know, got the parking lot, massive parking lot in front?
Yeah,
How do you
I
make
just,
that change?
so I was, if you pull up the map of the downtown area, I'll answer your question, council member. Just go back. So it really, to answer your question, it's going to take a number of years, but to accelerate it, as I mentioned, you need a couple, the map that shows the downtown. Oh, where is? Yeah, so in the red is the core, and along reservation, to answer your question, along the core to the right of the Starbucks, if the council can envision those three properties in the red. So those are existing used car lots. That space can be reimagined, and speaking with some consultants who are offering free time to me in the city, that's a perfect spot to throw in some taco trucks if the property owner allows us, to lay out some area for kids to play soccer and whatnot. And then that would be the beginning of the conversation with the community to say, you know, this is a natural place to gather. This is a natural place for people to eat. Here are some SketchUps of what this property could look like, and that it would begin that dialogue.
So does that also include the city purchasing some of these properties, or we wait until the property owners change hands, and then of course the downtown specific plan kicks in? But how does that include?
Well, I mean, obviously, if we have skin in the game, then we have some opportunity to push the plan forward. But even speaking with the grocery outlet owner, he came in my office a couple weeks ago. He was willing to say, you know, if we can partner with the city to bring more people to the center, he was really excited about having those pop-up park events or safe trick-or-treating or ways to activate the space.
That's creating more activity, but it's not helping us in terms of the actual building, the infrastructure, so that we can meet our goals of having the parking lots in the back of buildings when we don't have buildings in the front. And how do we transition those businesses? How do we encourage people to fill in the parking lot with buildings that are facing the street, and relegating the parking to behind there and taking down maybe some other structures so they can have parking in the back? How does all that process work?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to come over a number of years. That's not going to come overnight.
Okay.
So just
So you're saying the first step is just to kind of get excitement about people coming to downtown and recreating or whatever. And then
working with the property owners to help them, if they want to redevelop their properties, that there are some opportunities there.
right. So we can partner with the city and offer maybe incentives or
Eventually.
some kind of other assistance. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
In the short term, Guido, if we do what many cities have done and offer incentive, you mentioned skin in the game, offer supportive funding money for facade improvements, appearance improvements, does that work against us in the long run when we really need major overhaul of building locations, that kind of thing?
It could help potentially reduce the blight in the downtown area. But in terms of revitalizing the space, there is a balance there that we'd have to think through a little bit more.
Okay.
So
Would it be legal, asking our city attorney if we had a facade improvement fund that we help private businesses afford their upgrades to their buildings along Del Monte Boulevard where the buildings are up to the sidewalk in some cases? Or is that too preferential when we don't offer it to, say, Reservation Road buildings, which are not up to road frontage?
Well, I mean, I think you're talking about some sort of facade improvement program. I mean, I think you can set up whatever criteria you think is appropriate, depending on, what you want to accomplish, whether it's on one road or a different road.
Yep.
So,
All right. Thank you. Okay. I want to just note that Fred Agater, who was our prior director of community development department, he said that once you get the plan written, in his experience, he's seen it take 30 or more years to be implemented, and meaning to expect shopping center owners to build their new buildings next to the road. That's, many millions of dollars. And if they're already here collecting rent, they're in this, regular process of receiving rent and going into the red with many millions of dollars to, I think that's why it would take decades. But the other thing, that's the bad news. The good news, Fred said, is that having the plan tells everyone in the future where you're going. If you don't have the plan, then your 30-year clock hasn't begun until you have the plan. So you've got to get the plan, number one, no matter how long it takes. But as you mentioned, it's a number of years before we're going to see those kinds of major physical alterations. Okay. So do we need...
I would point out, as a San Jose resident, when I lived downtown, there was really nothing in downtown San Jose. And then they brought in a Save Mart, they tripled the density, and now downtown San Jose is thriving. And that's been in the last 10 to 14 years that I've, been involved in San Jose issues. So it can take longer, it can take shorter, depends on how much investment the city is willing to commit. So.
Right. And I think the city of San Jose, being the size it is,
right,
allows their city with this revenue to put a higher number of dollars back into the downtown.
Right.
Than our city might be able to afford.
Right.
Okay, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Thank you. I just cannot resist to say, San Jose, they built a beautiful new city hall. About 15 years ago or so.
2005-ish.
Awesome architect, beautiful building. And it really changed downtown. Yes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
I can tell you it is beautiful on the inside as well. I worked in that.
They even offer walking tours. You can do your own tour. We don't do that here, but maybe we should start that. So.
Okay. So we just got an update presentation. So I think we're ready to move on to a couple of kind of cleanup issues. The Monterey County Mayors Association, the 12 mayors met in Greenfield, as I mentioned earlier today. And our guest was Tina Nieto, our county sheriff, who started off the meeting by saying that she raced down to make the meeting. And then she went on to, talk about what's been in the news with her. And she apologized and gave some information about how that all played out from her perspective. And then she went on and talked about the sheriff's program, the status of the jails, and other county sheriff issues, and invites all folks from any city to contact her for any updates or explanations on any matters that are of concern to us. She was our former police chief, and we've only upgraded since then, but she is now our county sheriff. Right, Randy? All right. Okay, and so any council reports? Maybe we'll start off with Councilmember McCarthy. You had some ideas on what you wanted to talk about.
Yeah. So a couple things. One, I got an email from Cal Cities and they're encouraging us to participate in Civic National Selfie Day. So I'm wondering if we can maybe grab a selfie before we adjourn tonight and send it in. And On a more sad note, I'd really love to adjourn in the memory of someone that I know that Mayor, both you and I and others on this dais have great affection for. Karen Anderson recently passed away after falling ill last year. Karen really was everything that is good about Marina residents. She moved here about 5 or 10 years ago and jumped in with both feet. She really left us too soon. She had so much more to give. And I'm just incredibly sad that she's gone, but she would probably love nothing more than for us to take a fun picture of ourselves before we adjourn tonight. So I'm hoping we can do both those things, Mr. Mayor.
Those things were a selfie photo. What was the other?
And adjourning in Karen's memory.
Ah, yes. Okay, we will do that. Okay. Deanna Sessoms is our county liaison to the California League of Cities. And she, at that meeting that I just mentioned at the Mayor's Association, she was hoping that we would participate in the selfie campaign. So thank you for bringing that up. So yeah, at this time, let us adjourn in Karen Anderson's memory. And there will be a memorial bench unveiling for Karen, a potluck lunch at 12 noon on Sunday, September 15th at noon at the Martin Luther King sculpture is where we'll gather. And then nearby, we'll have a potluck and a ceremony bench memorial plaque unveiling. So it should be very sweet with her in mind because she spent so much time caring for volunteering there at the Oak Woodland Community Garden, but she also volunteered extensively for the Monterey Bay Aquarium and the Rare Fruit Growers Association of California and other initiatives that I'm probably not aware of, but she was a wonderful citizen, community leader, volunteer in our city, and she is missed by many who worked closely with her. All right, so we'll adjourn in her memory. And I guess at this time, if we can take a selfie wherever Brian wants us to be, we'll do that. Hello, guys. Sure. Someone can, so I noticed a lot of the photos are of someone taking a picture of them taking a selfie. That means we'll be taking a selfie.
Oh, I see.
The worst part. You knew this was coming. Randy. A photo of the selfie. All right. Selfie.